Would you ever cooperate with me, you stupid thing? God. Hey, what's up? What? Oh, really? Yeah, I don't really know. I've never had that situation again, so I'm not sure how the process works. I would call Shay and let her know. Oh yeah, when I was with Sierra England, there was a place I delivered to out in what was it, Tennessee or wherever, and it was a tight area. It was slanted spot, it's slanted dock doors, but the guy on the door next to me, and I wasn't the one driving. My trainee was, and um, the guy on the door next to us, he hadn't started loading yet, so he intentionally moved his truck over to our side of his spot just to make it easier for us to hit him. But then the yard jockey ended up telling us, just go ahead and drop your trailer here, and I'll put it in the door for you because it was a pain in the ass, and which I mean, I was okay because we were holding him up for him doing his work. So the quicker he can get his own work done. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, and having just started with us too, it's not getting not good. I wouldn't say that. I just just do what you got to do. Report it. All right. Nice. Well, I'm trying to do my pre-trip and stuff. Let me. Right now is not a good time for me to talk. Can we talk later? All right, cool. I already got my stream set it up too. So. Okay. Bye. All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna take a quick look around the truck and then be back in a minute. I know my shipper's gonna need my license plate information, so get that info real quick while I'm out there. Be back in a minute. Actually, while I'm at it, I need to get my pickup info, reefer setting, and all that.
push mode. Plus 36. That's about what I thought. Okay. Alright, good enough. Now I'll be back. Fuel island in a second, max out my reefer tank.
You have 7 hours and 52 minutes of remaining drive time.
I got Matt in Mississippi, it looks like. James, JR, Simi, also Lana's Linda. Sean. That BRT went by south of Cincinnati. It was horrible. I did not see that one. I'll have to take a look. Mish. Neighborhood crack house went up in flames today. 22 pallets that only weigh 15,000 pounds. That's a light one. The only thing I've had with that many pallets that weighed lighter than that was pharmaceutical loads. Those are usually about 6,000 to 7,000 pounds for a full trailer. It's awesome, man. Where's it going? Burnage. Oh, okay. I've been through there a few times. There's the call. It's my wife. It's again, it's not a good time to be calling me. I got stuff to do. I'll call her back when I'm gonna get through fueling or something. Oh, this guy's coming back through, huh? Saw him leave earlier. Sandy Hook, Mississippi. Tracy and Joanne Vince. Alright. Silver JCT truck over here. I just saw him in the fuel island and waved. I was gonna. Let's see. Let me get through here, okay. he needs much room to correct himself anyway. Okay, now this guy is probably trying to set up. Come on, dude, you're gonna. Oh, okay. You're setting up for the one next to JCT, aren't you? Gotcha. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna stay clear of him because I know he's trying to back in next to JCT. What a pain in the butt. There's not even that much going on here. I can't get anywhere. 4297 over there. I saw him earlier this morning. $740 is my last four on my trip. Let's see. Fuel. 3983, I'm pretty sure I've seen him before. While we're fueling. So you just need reefer only. Code. Come on, seriously? Freaking app just completely restarted on me right when I was supposed to get my code. time wasted for a piece of shit pump that won't give me any fuel. Told her just the hell with it. Just cancel my transaction. I can't keep sitting here screwballing around. I gotta get going. Alright. Let's get the hell out of here now. Which way are we going, Chippy? That way, okay. So, of course I set up the transaction through the app first. The app gives me a code as expected, but when I go put the code in, it said it was expired. Like, bullshit, it's expired, I just got it. So I set up a new transaction with my card. Everything goes okay. Problem is, once I get to the point where I'm about to start putting fuel in the tank, they gave me, I'd approved it and everything. But when I start to try to pump fuel, it only gives me about 0.04 gallons, and then it stops. That's the problem with right on red situations. Amazon started us right on red right when we got a green arrow. But now these guys still have a green, I can see, so. Alright, so when I stop and then basically reset it, and I have to do a completely new transaction again, and then this time around it goes to where, it authorizes it, and it resets the counter down to 0 so I can start fueling. But this time around it wouldn't dispense anything, it just sits there like an idiot. I call them on the little call box and let them know, hey, this pump's having issues. I can't even get any fuel out of it. And sometimes they can transfer your transaction over to a different pump, but then you got to get to the pump before someone else does. And I told you, I don't have time to keep screwing around with this crap. Just cancel my transaction. I'll just worry about it later. It's a live load anyway. I don't need to have, 3/4 or more tank of fuel, although it would be nice to. Now it's going to be a little bit of a difficult one. I don't know that I can get to my second shipper in Yuma on time. Depending on how long the shipper in Oxnard takes. It's going to be the exact same route that I did a few weeks ago, where I picked up in Oxnard and then another pickup in Yuma and then take it up to Illinois. Hey Judy, welcome back. Central Irrigation coming soon. I need to get my meds replaced or refilled, whatever. Which reminds me, I forgot I got to take the one for today. I was hoping I'd get a load here in the local area where that I can take through I-40 so I can stop by the house on the way out of town. But the fact that they didn't load me right out of this area tells me they probably don't have any available out of this area. Whatever they do have is probably already planned on to other drivers. So it is what it is, and yeah, I don't have time to stop by the house on the way to Yuma. So I might need to have them, speaking of, I'm gonna call her back and see what she wanted.
Hey, what's up? I was busy doing a pre-trip on my truck when you tried to call. I only knew that you called because people on my stream were telling me that I missed the call. All right. I did a check on the times and all that. Yeah, I can't veer off course with this load when I go from Oxnard to Yuma. There's no way I'm going to be able to stop by the house on the way. Okay, I'll give you more info once I know more. I don't know how long they're gonna make me wait for a doctor, or how long it'll take to load and all that. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. All right. Love you. Bye.
Hey, Della. I'm 50 miles or so north of Bakersfield right now. Let's see, we'll have Delano to go through in about 20 or so more miles. What other towns down there? I'm brain farting on. What's the name of that damn town? They got it made a movie after it with Kevin Costner. I've talked about before. Yeah, I'm gonna take a different route into that shipper than I took last time I went there. Last time I went there, I think I was going from the house and took the 210 across to, 134, and then 134 over to 101. This time I'll be taking Highway 99 here south to I-5. Take I-5 over the Grapevine, and when I get over by where Magic Mountain is, Six Flags Magic Mountain over in Valencia, take State Route 126 across. And not too far before I get to the 101 freeway, I can get on 118. Take it over to 220, or there was a 2 something highway, 228 or something like that, I forget. Not very far down the road, and it'll take me right into Oxnard. Then I can take Oxnard Boulevard straight down into Oxnard and make a left on the street that the shipper's on, which is 7th. And the ship will be right there on the right side. See, who needs GPS? I know exactly which way to go. guys get a little more familiar with the roads too, if those of you guys do have an interest in that, or maybe you just want to look on the map and then kind of take a guess at what route I'm going to take, and that helps you confirm. And of course, I always like to show newer drivers, hey, it's blindly. Passing by State Route 190 now. I don't even think I'll have barely enough time to get to Yuma. Just going straight from Oxnard to Yuma, let alone. Because if I need to take a 10-hour break in between, I'm not. There's no way. I don't think I could make it to Yuma on time if I have to do a 10-hour break in between. I already told my DM there's a chance I might have that problem because so I'm going to have traffic delays, and then there's no telling how long I'm going to have to be at the shipper before I get loaded and out of there. And then the sooner I get out of there, the more likely I am to have traffic problems. So I'm kind of banking on needing to do a 10-hour break somewhere, and we'll see how things go later. Last time I went to Yuma. Oh, I don't remember the name of the town. I was thinking of down here in McFarland. There's a movie about that place with Kevin Costner. It's a good movie too. JCT drivers, if you ever, it's going to be applicable to anybody who drives for a living. I realized this morning when I was going to log my trips onto my spreadsheet that I accidentally put the wrong trip number down on a trip that I previously completed, the load that I just completed in Sparks. I put a trip number that corresponds to a different trip that I already did like 2 trips before. Now, a lot of times our settlements, people will catch that, but they hadn't yet, and so I called them up, and the woman I talked to actually appreciated the fact that I called her to let her know in advance that, hey, I just realized I made a mistake, can you help me out with this? And so she did. She just moves it over from one folder to the other one, or to the one it's supposed to go in, so that way when they go to process it and invoice the customer, it's there already. Otherwise, they could have problems, could have delays in getting paid. Last time that kind of thing happened, they called me a couple, asking me to trip sheet for it. I'm like, I already did. Then I realized, oh, no crap, I didn't put the right truck number in. Same shipper I picked up at a few weeks ago. And entering the town of Pixley. Population 3,300. So the Georgia load, I got there, checked in, got called back into a dock door. I reported it to dispatch. They confirmed it later. It doesn't say I was definitely a little on the tight side. I think 7th does turn into commercial, if I remember right, because I came in off commercial last time. So I came in from the east, and then I took a different road down, because the road I went down was a little more rural, but still reasonably close. Didn't want to be too close to where like the city center is, where I'm likely to have lower speed limits and more traffic lights. So. Yeah, I think I remember it was a right on commercial, and then up right about where the shipper is, it turns into 7. stream of cars in the other lane. Section of Highway 99 between Bakersfield and I-5 much anymore. It used to, but don't spend much time going through there anymore. So that's one of the few occasions where I do. Alright, Delano is 7 miles away. Of course, that's the city with that wonderful citrus facility. Good morning, Cheryl. Or good afternoon, whichever. I think it's afternoon for you. Pick up, there's a purple tractor there if Lisa's on. Probably get on I-5 where Highway 4 is or something, don't you? Or US 50 because you're on, yeah. Or no, you can get right on I-5 from over there off of, damn it, what's that street called? The one that starts with an F I was talking about. Forget the name of it. Yeah, and I'm going up towards Sacramento from down in the, let's just say, Inland Empire. I'll take the 210 or the 5 freeway and stay on 5 all the way up if I'm going to go past Sacramento. Or if I have a customer about up. And then if there's any kind of traffic concern, like if I know I'm going to go during a peak travel hour, I'll just go across 138. Take 138 to 14 to 58 to 99. And we were talking about when you go to Victorville, you're probably taking 138 over from up in the grapevine area by Lebec. Victorville, and you're coming from the 90, somewhere closer to the 99 corridor, it's faster to stay on 99 and take 99 down to 58. San Bernardino on the 210 freeway, and then 210 will terminate onto the 10 in Redlands. It's be taken earlier, more than likely. Here.
It seems that every trucking company February jobs report, U.S. adds a whopping 273K jobs, unemployment rate unexpectedly falls to 3.5%. The February jobs report reflected much better than expected job gains and an unemployment rate back at a 50-year low, before the coronavirus outbreak escalated and threatened to weigh on economic activity. The Labor Department released its February jobs report at 8:30 a.m. ET Friday. Here were the main results from the report compared to consensus expectations compiled by Bloomberg. Change in non-farm payrolls plus 273,000 versus plus 175,000 expected and 273,000 in January.
That's huge.
Unemployment rate 3.5% versus 3.6% expected and 3.6% in January. AVG. Hourly earnings, month-on-month, plus 0.3% versus plus 0.3% expected and plus 0.2% in January. AVG. Hourly earnings, year-on-year, 3.0% versus plus 3.0% expected and 3.1% in January.
Good wage growth.
January's job gains were upwardly revised to 273,000 from the 225,000 previously reported, and December's non-farm payroll additions were upwardly revised by 37,000 to 184,000. This brought average job gains over the past 3 months up to 243,000, or above the average from 2019, when job growth averaged 178,000 per month. The services sector again led the advance in job gains in February. Within this sector, healthcare and social assistance added 56,500 payrolls, accelerating gains from January. Professional and business services also posted strong job gains, adding a net 41,000 positions. Within the services sector, wholesale trade, retail trade, transportation and warehousing and temporary health services shed jobs in February. Retail posted the largest declines, losing a net 7,000 positions and extending a drop of 5,800 from January. For the goods...
Okay. I need a comment on that part. Because a lot of things about the economy and stocks are counterintuitive. A lot of people here, you're getting all these gains in services sector jobs, and retail is losing. Most people are going to think that's a good thing, because now it means people are getting better paying jobs, and not so many people are getting retail, like lower paying jobs. However, retail is going down. That concerns me, because it tells me that people have less discretionary income to spend. If they aren't spending their as much of their food on fast food or travel or cruises or vacation, anything of that sort, stuff that's nice to have, but you can't, but you can live without, or creature comforts, then that's actually a concern. However, the overall growth numbers that I'm hearing there actually sound really good, as far as I'm concerned. I just want to dispel a myth that a lot of people have is, when they hear that all the job gains are in like fast food, retail kind of stuff. No, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing, because it means that the people who do have jobs already or have extra money to spend, and they're willing to spend it at places that are like that. And if they're willing to spend it at places like that, then the companies that have those kind of businesses need to expand. They need to hire more people, because they need to open more stores to keep up with the demand. That's a good thing. So don't be one of these average Joes who think that, all the jobs are low-paying jobs that nobody wants. No, you're looking at only a small face value thing. You're not looking at the big picture of what's going on there, if that's the way you think. Hey, John. Getting into McFarland now. I will say the stock market's in chaos today, because more panic over the freaking coronavirus that I'm sick and tired of hearing about. And add in now the Saudi Arabia and Russia started a oil price war that's causing oil prices to capitulate. And there's going to be more in danger of oil companies here in the U.S. going bankrupt, because the prices are getting too low for them to make any profits out of. Same thing happened in 2014, 2015. Big deal. It'll clear up. It'll fix itself, and we didn't have a recession then. So I'm going to say ignore the stock market. Just stay invested in stocks. You'll be fine. What money you're losing, it is a pretty good chunk that's being lost right now, but it will come back pretty quickly once all this stupid doomsday shit about coronavirus finally goes away.
producing sector, manufacturing added jobs for the first time in 3 months, posting a net 15,000 payroll
Another
gains.
positive right there.
Construction and mining each also added jobs, underscoring a firming of the goods producing sector in February after months of weakness relative to services. Employment in construction rose by 42,000 positions for the month after a gain of 49,000 in January, representing the best 2-month advance for the industry since March 2018, as unseasonably warm weather and a strengthening housing market helped supported hiring.
That's good.
Government employees increased by 45.
Okay, before I go into the government employees. Now, the manufacturing sector, it had been in a little bit of a sector-specific recession recently for a few months, where it was on the decline. And I was starting to see signs of stability in the more recent, a couple of, I think the February manufacturing report. It was still in the negative, but there were a lot of signs of hints that it was stabilizing and probably going to go back up. And then sure enough, this month's number was actually right at flat, ever so slightly positive, 50.1. Where basically 50, if it's 50 would be the baseline, where half the companies in the survey are reporting growth and half are reporting contraction. So 50.1 would mean ever so slightly more than half are reporting growth now. So that's a good thing. And then this report here is backing that up. It's reinforcing the positive data that we already got from another source. And construction growth, that's always a good thing, because when there's construction going on, it means businesses are expanding. It's not just housing development. It's also businesses are expanding their operations. They need more. They need either stuff added on to their existing real estate, or they're building on to new real estate. So that's a good thing. Don't let this coronavirus crap con you out of your stock positions and make you freak out and panic sell when you don't need to. Might have a little bit of experience with this. I've seen volatility like this before, but it's rare. Now today the S&P 500 was down, actually it's been down over 7%, and there are 3 circuit breakers that the stock exchanges have. One is at 7%, and it doesn't matter if it's up or down. If it moves in any direction by 7%, it'll trip the first stage circuit breaker. What happens there is if it gets to 7% in either direction, they'll shut off trading for about 15 minutes, and then they'll resume it. And then if the volatility continues and it goes to 13% change in price, it'll trip a second stage circuit breaker. And when that happens, they'll halt all trading again for 15 minutes. And then if it gets all the way down to 20% in a single day, then they'll actually they'll stop trading for the rest of the day. Mention that, John, with people hoarding toilet paper, water, sanitizer, and whatever else. Okay, what that's going to do is create a surge in supply, a surge in demand for those products. So now the companies that produce and sell those products are going to get a spike in demand also, which is a good thing on the short term, but not necessarily good in the long term. It's just a matter of how does the company handle it, and if they're going to go for every inch of profit margin they can out of it, then it could hurt them in the long term. Especially if they're borrowing money to be able to accommodate all that short-term surge. Because sooner or later, that's exactly what happened with the tariffs. There was a surge in short-term demand for needed supplies for manufacturers because they were worried that the price was going to go up. Well, in this case, they're worried that they're going to need all these supplies for all their visits to the toilet or their need to stay hydrated or whatever. But they're taking it over the kill. And it's natural for a lot of humans to imagine the worst case and best case scenarios possible and always assume that that's what will happen. Who need to know how many? I always like to bring up the lottery. Okay, your average person, or the people who most often buy lottery tickets. What level of the socioeconomic hierarchy, I guess what you call it, are they mostly on? They're on the bottom end. So the people who have the least amount of money are the most likely to be buying lottery tickets. Why are they buying lottery tickets? Because they have these pipe dreams that they're going to someday buy a winning ticket, freaking golden ticket. Maybe you're watching too much Willy Wonka or something. And I think they're gonna strike you rich. Whereas they don't think like a rich person does, and that's put your money and to invest the money, where it's guaranteed to make you more money. It's just, I mean, if you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing, if you have it in the right place and just leave it alone and let it sit there, it'll grow more and more for you. Now you have all these people turning into doomsday preppers because of a freaking virus. The vast majority of people who get this virus and get sick from it recover. So, but they're acting like it's a bubonic plague or some crap that's going to wipe out millions of people. Like, what logical sense does that make? The mortality rate so far on coronavirus, I think I saw was 3.4%, which is a little high it's higher than the normal flu, but they're also saying that it's probably lower than it is because there are probably a number of cases that are not being reported. And let's face it, if you got a 3.4. And you got a 98% or 96, 97% chance of surviving it without any complications if you get it. I'll tell you what, that's a better chance than I had when I was going through chemo and radiation treatments for Hodgkin's lymphoma. My chance of surviving after 5 years with Hodgkin's lymphoma was 94%. It's even lower at the amount of time that I've been alive since now. It's only 64% of people who get Hodgkin's lymphoma are still alive 15 years later. And it's been 18 years since I finished treatment. I'm still around. Stuff there I can't keep up with, so it's not a problem. Just hang out when I get to the shipper and I can interact with it later. I can go ahead and do that. But I'd say if the words are too much, especially when I got traffic around me, it has to take a rain check. I don't want to discourage the longer messages. Like I say, I can always come back and look at them when I stop. As well, Charles. are you saying that doctor gave you an 85% chance of survival with that form of leukemia? That's actually pretty good probability, actually. There are other forms where, like, let's just say, what's the type that killed Patrick Swayze? Brain farting on the name of the organ. It's up in the chest, part of your digestive tract. Starts with a P. Well, what's that one I'm thinking of? All right, John. We'll see you later. Saying now that now the coronavirus is past the point of containment, or where there's nothing they can do to contain it anymore. So I'm not surprised. They just let nature run its course. Hopefully nobody here or myself had did it, but you never know. Laredo Highway, next exit. Diploma treatment. I was taking college classes at Riverside Community College, and I ended up having to drop out of school that semester because I was going to be immunocompromised from the treatment. And it was better than just not be around any more people than I had to be. So I'd go to work, but aside from going to work at home while I was doing treatment, trying to stay away from anybody. That's someone with a personally owned truck. I got 0760. Anyone who's anytime you see a JCT truck where the number is L07 something, that means they've already paid the truck off. Up on this article here about the jobs report.
Government employees increased by 45,000 in February, reflecting in part 7,000 new temporary workers added for the 2020 census, the Department of Labor said. Meanwhile, the unemployment rate ticked back down to 3.5% in February, matching the 50-year low also achieved in December. The labor force participation rate held at 63.4%, close to the highest level since mid-2013 and indicating a solid proportion of the working age population employed or actively seeking employment. At a glance, February 2020 jobs report. The February jobs report, however, reflected the state of the labor market before the coronavirus outbreak broadened out. The reference week for the Labor Department's household survey, which includes the unemployment rate, takes place during the week of the 12th of the month, while the establishment survey tracking non-farm payroll changes measures the pay period including the 12th. The first known deaths linked to the coronavirus in the U.S. took place last week. The number of new confirmed cases in the U.S. began to accelerate in late February, coinciding with a rise in global new cases and sparking fears of a pandemic that would dent company supply chains, consumer demand, and ultimately threaten to stunt economic growth worldwide. So far, domestic economic data reports have mentioned the coronavirus mostly as an impending downside risk, with impacts from the outbreak yet to meaningfully appear. The February jobs data was expected to be another backward-looking report. The report, however, reaffirmed the U.S. economy's momentum at the start of the year, in absence of a major escalation of the outbreak. It is a good thing, not a bad thing, that the U.S. economy ran into the coronavirus on strong footing, Neil Dutta, head of economics at Renaissance Macro Research, said in an email Friday. Yes, this was stale. But the economy is dealing with this from a position of strength. Ahead of the official February jobs report, other reports also underscored the strength of the U.S. labor market at the start of the year. In its Beige Book released Wednesday, the Federal Reserve characterized economic activity through February 24 as expanding at a modest to moderate rate over the past several weeks, with employment increasing at a slight to moderate pace overall, with hiring constrained by a tight labor market. ADP, Moody's reported Wednesday that private payrolls increased by 183,000 in February, retreating slightly after January's gain of 209,000 but topping consensus economist expectations. Emily McCormick is a reporter for Yahoo Finance. Follow her on Twitter, at Emily_MCCK. Read more from Emily. How legal weed disrupted this e-commerce flower start.
To answer that question, what I consider going back to team driving, the answer is no. At least not with this truck. This truck is not really ergonomically great for a team environment, especially with the APU installed and the equipment it has. I mean, that's associated with it. It takes up storage space that can be used for like suitcases and other stuff. Also, I single-handedly run more miles than about a third of our team trucks do. Of course, the main reason for that is because the team drivers don't know how to run or refuse to run in a way that will actually get them the most profitable weeks. A lot of them don't want to do swaps. Or they only want to stay in a certain area, like on I-10 or something, and they won't run anywhere else. So they severely limit themselves on how many miles they can get. So, yeah, when I single-handedly run as many miles per week as more than 30 of our 90-plus drivers who are on team trucks, or 90-plus team trucks, whatever, tells me I'm already doing fine where I'm at. And even then, like, okay, if the standard for us to get our safety bonus is 30,000 miles for a solo and it's 45,000 for a team, or a little over 45,000, tells me it's not just because you have twice. It's not a case of you have twice the drivers, twice the miles. It's not quite. It doesn't quite work that way. Because if you only have to get like team trucks to get more than 45,000 than it is for a solo driver to get 30,000. My fuel surcharge. However, like I say, I don't think they're going to really get twice the miles unless they're a really hard-working team who is willing to do every swap, all the swaps they get asked to do, and they don't take a lot of time off. Come on, slide over, dumbass. You got another lane over there. Use SE. Come on, car. Move over. Thank you. Saw this truck getting ready to get on. Getting into the Bakersfield area now, so it's going to be a little bit more of a pain in the ass dealing with the traffic here. Shouldn't be too bad because it's not quite noon, but especially in the afternoon, these exits down here just before you get to Highway 58 can be a real pain. They really bog down traffic down here too. Let me speed up to get the rest of the way around this guy.
That was a purple tractor there. Ah, oops. Hey Ryan, it's Scott from JCT. Just calling to see how everything's going. If you're figuring out your way around with all the fuel stuff. See if you have any other questions like that, or let me know how things are going. Maybe give me a call back. All right? Thanks. Bye.
Alright. Yeah, I went to voicemail after 2 rings, so either he screened it or he's busy on the other line. Or busy with something else. Team trucks are concerned, they have to go through JCT orientation as far as I know, but as far as how they get paid, I'm not completely clear on it myself. I believe you pay the driver. I mean, the team lead pays the other driver out of their pay. But JCT also needs to know that it's a team truck. That's my Highway 58 here now. Because when you get dispatched as a team truck, then you also get paid as a team truck. If they don't know that you're a team truck, then you get paid a regular solo rate. Other than that, though, I don't have any personal experience with driving as a team truck for JCT, so I would have to refer questions about that to somebody who does have team driving experience with us. I know more or less how it works, but there are some details in there that I don't think I can get right, just because I don't have the first-hand knowledge of it. Okay, so one of my friends had asked me on Messenger this morning, he also drives for us, about running on recaps. Like, he asked me if I prefer to run on recaps or do I ever run on recaps, whatever, and then what kind of mile, how are the miles when I do run on them. So I ended up showing him. I was like, the last day I've done a 34-hour reset was February 12 or 13 or whatever the hell it was. And I showed him on my spreadsheet, like all the miles I've logged since then, and after that reset, I've been all but a couple of days were below 3,000 miles, and most of them were in the 3,300 to 3,500 range. I even had one 7-day period that was 3,700 plus. This is a rolling 7-day period, by the way. And the 2 days that were in the middle of it all that were less than 3,000 were, one was a 29 something and the other one was a 28 something. So it wasn't like a shaman ride. I'll take like 14, 15 hour breaks during my 10 hour breaks because I have to wait for the recaps to roll in. Closed at 2024, down 7.8%. S&P 500 was down 7.63%. That's quite a drop. Yeah, but like I say, it'll cause people to panic and want to go ahead and leave their stock positions. Bad idea, though. Time to do that, to move out of stock positions when prices are at or near their highs, if you're going to do it all. Once they've already dropped so far, your prices are already at a deep discount, might as well just stay where you're at, and we'll come back. Best advice I can give is quit looking at your account balance and quit watching the news. Focus on the fundamentals. The fundamentals look good. You just heard that economic report that I played. That was very positive. And other data I've talked about is positive. So don't listen to this doomsday bullshit that they spew on the news. Just because somebody might be an expert doesn't mean that they're necessarily really have any idea. They could be biased in the direction of whatever their view is. Oil down to 31 a barrel. Okay, I did hear it down to like 32 or something earlier this morning. Now in the 2014-2015 year, I think oil got down to it bottomed out at about 26 a barrel before it turned back around and went north. It's getting so far down, I don't know, because I maybe I guess the price war now between Russia and Saudi Arabia is factoring in some, but I think a lot of this has to do with people trying to create a self-fulfilling prophecy of a recession that doesn't even need to happen. Sure as hell can't be a demand side problem because you have, I say plenty of people have jobs, plenty of people have money, credit quality is still pretty good. So tell me where we're having problems where oil prices really need to be dropping as far as they have. They were just over $50 a barrel not even a couple weeks ago. So it tells me all of this has everything to do with the stupid coronavirus crap. Highway 119 coming up here. I'm less than 20 miles away from Interstate 5 now. Yeah, now the reason why people aren't buying right now is because they don't know anything about real investing. They don't know how to think like an investor. They don't know anything about economics, so and they don't teach any of this stuff in school. It's not a mandatory course. So unfortunately, a lot of people, their only experience with investing is their 401k accounts, and in those they don't get any kind of education either. I see it a lot in my TSP group. You get a lot of people who never got any real education on investing from their, when they first got hired as a federal employee or when they joined the military, and so they know just the bare minimum, and what bare minimum they know is not enough to really lead them to success. I see who are inexperienced, they just look at their account balance, and when they see it going down, they look at, okay, which fund or funds are causing the account balance to drop. So they try to quote unquote stop the leak and move the money from the whatever is losing money into funds that are gaining money. But they don't understand what, why, when, and how, whatever things are happening, and they might not know that what leaks there have been have already leaked out as much or close to as much as it's going to get leaked. If you think you're going to pass Will-Trans by cutting in front of him and getting right on my ass, it's not going to happen, dude. Pickup driver went over onto the right side of Wilson Logistics, and he's getting off the freeway anyway. All right. Sometimes I'll get guys, like when I have a truck getting ready to pass me on the left, but there's a gap between their front end and my back end. Sometimes I get four-wheeler traffic. We'll try to pass them on the right and squeeze between us. And when I see that, a lot of times I'll let off my cruise control and intentionally slow down enough so the truck can close the other truck can close the gap faster and prevent the four-wheeler from doing that. Yeah, your broker is correct. Don't mess with your money. Leave it alone. It'll come back. Sooner or later, this panic crap will come to a head. People still have jobs. They're not going to lose their some people might lose some jobs over this, but it's not going to cause a broad economic meltdown. At least not in my opinion. And the market's already pricing in a 30 to 40% drop in earnings value across the stock index, the S&P 500, and in reality, it's not like that. It's growing still. And it's expected to grow. what's up, Eric? What's the latest with you? This guy getting off the freeway here. Alright, Highway 223, Bear Mountain Boulevard, over to Arvin. I've done pickups over here. Someone just, was it Eric or somebody was just over here picking up a carrot load not too long ago. I forget who it was. Transport out of Oxnard. Same place I'm going to. Waiting to hear back from Western Express. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully they'll pick you up. Okay, so it was you who just picked up over here. Okay, I thought it might have been you. Yeah, I'm sure Scott, you'll have an easy time getting hired again by another trucking company. It's just a matter of what do you do. But the question is he going to go back into trucking? Because he's talked before about maybe going back to construction too. That's why. I don't like getting those stupid speeding messages and attracting needless attention from John Mallory or others. And I don't have a need to hurry. I like having no accidents or no tickets. Yeah, realistically I can speed up, but I'm okay with relaxing like this and letting the traffic flow around me. See, I got all this space here. Wilson Logistics right in front of me already passed me, and got all the room in the world I need to react to anything that might happen in front of me doing this. True, man. I have heard of, like, they'll hire felons and stuff who other companies won't, and they don't have a good accident rating. In fact, they're one of the, I think they're the worst or one of the worst out there that I have on my spreadsheet for trucking company accident rates. Can't remember if it's them or somebody else. Somebody is way up at like 25%. Means about 1 out of every 4 trucks they have in their fleet has been in a DOT reportable accident in the last 2 years. I want to say it was Western Express, but I could be wrong. I have to go back through my records when I stop and maybe take a look. Yeah, and that's right though. It doesn't matter where you get in with. Anyone who will hire you, keep you gainfully employed until maybe you'd come back to JCT later, or even end up with somebody who, I don't know, might do a lot more freight into San Antonio or something. It's early, and you don't know what kind of experiences you're going to have or what kind of thoughts are going to come across your mind in the 6 to 9 months that you're not eligible to come back. You know, you might have some epiphanies along the way that make you realize you might find yourself in a better place for all you know, for your personal needs. Too much truck traffic going up and down the grapevine, because I'm pulling an empty trailer, so I'm going to have an easy time climbing, but might be restricted still because of slower trucks. See how it goes though. Smelling all that burning from them tumbleweeds or whatever these farmers are burning. Hello.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah. Obviously, I know what you're talking about, but yeah, I thought you were going to have more to the story or something. I don't know what a yoga ball looks like, and I don't know how the arrangement was and all that. I can't. I can only guess. Okay. Well, bitches run wild all the time, right? Frickin' stupid, petty bullshit. I'm gonna guess that right now is not a great time for you to be telling me more detail on that. So maybe when you're not at work or something, tell me about it. That what? Is there something that maybe you said that you gave her the implication that that's what you meant? Well, bitches and their hurt feelings. That's all I see it as. I know. I'm just saying it's like always severed friendships or whatever over some chicken shit between two women. I know that. Who's saying that? I am saying that. Well, isn't that what it looks like it's kind of becoming? Okay, then. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that there's strains in your friendship with her because of her getting her feelings hurt over some who knows what the hell was said and even by whom. She's not smart enough to come to you and or accept that it's just not an attack on her. It's just it is what it is. I mean, it's like yeah, there are people like let's just say when I was a trainer, there are people who I'd probably not be such a suitable trainer for, and other people might. Big deal. All right. What an idiot. This truck driver is missing a bike. All right, I'll talk to you later. All right, love you. All right, I'll talk to you later. I was just talking about a truck that was passing me. All right. Okay. All right, love you. Bye.
So that flatbedder who was passing me was supposed to be here in the bypass lane. Don't know it. I think he might have been trying to get back over, but he didn't want to cut me off either, so he just stayed over there, I think. But it's mandatory for trucks to use the bypass lane. He can, if a cop saw him doing that, he could, if the cop really gave a crap about it, he could pull him over and ticket him for that. I got a weigh station coming up here shortly after this first exit here. I'm on I-5 now from Highway 99. Eric, it looked like you said you had a question that you were wanting me to address or something, but I didn't catch it before it went off screen. Saw a little bit of talking there about flatbed. And I think you said you don't want to do flatbed or something, but that's about it. restaurants. I like stopping here when I do come through here. Got In-N-Out Burger, Chipotle, Del Taco, all kinds of stuff over here. There's a fake cell phone tower over there. It's a pine tree to my left. Alright, way station coming up here a mile away. Intended by what I was talking about with my wife. There's some of you ladies get a little too sensitive about stuff and don't have thick skin, and are willing to sever friendships over some chicken shit thing that was said or supposed to allegedly said. Alright, I got a red light, so I gotta come in. Not to mention, it might make for a little bit more entertainment for you guys listening. What the hell is he talking about? Alright, I am empty, so I'm gonna go over to the far left lane. Why is everybody coming in here? I gotta be empty though. They get trucks in and out of here a lot faster when they have 3 lanes. Come on, get in here. Oh, my truck's in regen mode now. I knew it was going to be doing that when I saw the little smoke puffing up from my hood. Subject to inspection. And not every scale house has an empty lane. Some of them that do have an empty will have like a bump, and then when you're empty, your trailer will actually hop. When it gets over the bump, the trailer tires will actually bounce. the distance to the shipper. Should be around the ballpark of 180 miles by the time I get to the shipper. This guy's going to slow down because he came out of a loaded lane. So I need to turn my CV back on. I had it turned off, so I went into the weigh station and wanted to verify it was off. Alright, up the grapevine to go. Well, this part of it is also technically called Tejon Pass because Tejon Summit where it tops out. performance team too, but I know I'm not gonna make it before Swift catches. And now I've got the CHP over here. Get your ass on the right lane. If you're slow traffic, you're supposed to be right.
That's if they have a radio.
Los Angeles, Los Angeles. Does that look like there's a freaking A in the word? Los? No, it's not spelled like Las Vegas, it's spelled Los. But 9 times out of 10, my fellow Americans always call it Los Angeles. No, it's completely wrong. Alright, that's my mini rant. I want to make more people more aware of the proper way to pronounce that word. Los, not Los. L-O is spelled Los. L-A-S is Los. Los as in Las Vegas. Hell no. Smoky Bear Road. I got less than 30 miles to go to Highway 126. I know I-210 comes into I-5 at the 162 or somewhere around there. I have to guess it's somewhere near the 170 then, where 126 will be. I know it's at least a good easily at least 5 miles north of where 210 runs in. If not a little further. So it should be about 25 or so out from, there's another yellow one. Can read, don't, or they pick up on the habits of the people who are around them, and when I hear a lot of people saying it in a certain way, they tend to say it the same way, even though some common sense should say that that's not how it's supposed to be pronounced. There are a lot of words in the English language that I hear people pronounce improperly. Like, I like to mess with people from the South or whatever, or the old Confederate States, whatever, when you see V-I-L-L-E, like Louisville, okay, I'll pronounce it the proper way, Louisville. But you get people from that part of the country, they'll say, no, it's Louisville. So astute about pronouncing things correctly, call some of them. Just, I have very limited understanding of anything, even though I have East End Lago Road. speed up and pass me back up. Now we're up here. I don't know if he's gonna run back to a higher speed or what. Okay, I guess that answers my question. Make up your mind. What speed you gonna run? Yolanda lives over by Highway 46 and US 101. Right far on the MS town now. I used to deliver there once on a blue moon. Paso Robles. Use lower gear. I got 10 years and I'm at 9th. I don't need help figuring out what gear I need to be in. Alright, truck speed limit 40. So now I have to slow down for this bullshit. Because dummies who don't know how to come down this hill the right way, burn out brakes and have accidents, and make everybody like me who actually knows how to come down the hill the right way have to go extra slow. Never mind, I'm pulling an empty trailer. Toward the end of the valley. Pretty good number of trucks going northbound. There's a pretty good number here on this side too. Not going to get any slower than about 45 out of me. This is bullshit. I don't mind doing the speed limit, but this is stupid. Elevation 2,000 feet. Not to mention, even at 45, I'll probably have trucks passing me. In fact, the container guy behind me is already looking like he's going to pass me back up. Yep, there he goes. Such a majestic view. Love it. Funny you say that, Jim, because a lot of times I talk to people who are not from or actually in California. It's like whether they're watching my streams or if they come here personally and experience for themselves just how mountainous the state is. It always catches them by surprise. I'm like, well, You do know that we're most well known for earthquakes, don't you? Yeah. Okay, well, where do mountains come from? Seismic activity? Yes. Earthquakes and volcanoes. So as much as we have for earthquakes, especially, yeah, we don't have a hell of a lot of volcanoes here. We got Mount Shasta up north, and there's another one down this way that's not as big. Neighborhood over there on the side of the hill, over there on the up above the northbound lanes. It's a gorgeous view. I feel coming down this grade too. I feel like I'm in an airplane coming in for a landing. Just going a lot slower. About 3 or 4 times slower. Yeah, Mount Shasta is definitely very scenic. If I remember right, it's still considered a dormant volcano, right? Or have they called it extinct? And it's been many years since it's last erupted. Those of you guys not familiar with Mount Shasta, it's up in northern Cal, very close to Interstate 5. Up above Reading. Got 40 limit for trucks coming right up here. On a pilot truck stop over here off this exit. purple, but that other truck was blocking my view of it. Could have been a really dark blue too. Alright, Highway 126 coming up 1 mile away. So I was pretty close on the mile marker, 172. And I did say 170-ish. Yeah, right up here on the other side of 126 is Six Flags Magic Mountain. Lots of big rides there. I see the Superman ride going up right now. So yeah, it's open and people are riding it, riding the rides. Of course, the theme parks here are open year-round. I noticed in a lot of other areas they are only open during maybe on the weekends or on warmer months or something. Superman right there, it's basically a tall tower and it goes straight up. But actually, normally it goes, they rocket up from the ground to that. It's over 400 feet tall. When are we supposed to be in the inner turn lane, jackass? Into my lane. No, he can't. Well, then again, that is a right turn only lane over there, so technically I could have used this one, but following the lane stripes through the curve, that looked like he was supposed to use the far right lane, and then I was supposed to use the lane he came out to. Ironically, another truck got off the road behind me, and guess which lane he was in? He was in my lane. So this produce driver doesn't know what lane he belongs in, apparently. Commerce Center Drive. I've done a number of road rallies that started in this area here. Kind of missed doing that. Those are fun. That's part of what made me better at navigating too. Because they're called Monte Carlo style navigational road rallies, and you have to be at specific checkpoints at very specific times. So down to like the hundredth of a minute, which is basically about half a second. You don't want to be early and you don't want to be late. closer to US 101, that's where I'll find Highway 118. San Martinez Grande Canyon Road. Some of you know I do like to give updates on what streets I'm crossing for those of you guys who like to follow along on a map.
Has arrived.
It's not quite 1:30 yet. Interesting. It's not a "you're speeding" message. Let's see what it is. Come on, give me the message.
Message 4 of 20.
Shut up.
Message 3. Message 2. Message 1 of 24. Important received today at 2:26 p.m. Nat VG fuel price equals $2.814. Fuel surcharge equals 26 CPM.
Okay. That's right. It is Monday. Mondays are usually when we get those messages and tell us what the average weekly fuel price is across the nation, and tells us what our fuel surcharge is for the week. So for the next week, our fuel surcharge we get paid is 26 cents a mile. So adding that to my $1 per mile of regular pay, it's $1.26 a mile that I actually get paid. That's for both empty and loaded miles, dispatched miles. I'll be picking up in Oxnard. Won't actually be, won't really see the ocean from where I'm at, but it won't be far at least to the county border. That seems to match up with where I would expect to run into Highway 101. I've already done a little over 10 miles here of Highway 126. If I'm only expecting myself to be about 35 more miles away from the shipper, some of those miles are going down other highways by taking the 118 and 220, whatever the hell that highway is, route 228, 226, whatever the hell that highway was, I forget. I figured I'll just stay right, and then when I see the numbered highway that I'm looking for, to go down that way. You think it's in Ventura County? Okay. Kind of what I thought, based on what the mile markers here are suggesting to me. Alright, is this Fillmore I'm getting into? I don't know, it might be. No, Fillmore's further up, about 8 miles up the road. Don't know which town this is. If it even is an actual town, I don't know. Seems like a nursery on the left, and then gas station on the right, and a few houses. Or actually a trailer park, or whatever it is here. Some little apartment complex of some sort. give them away all the time to practically anybody. They were huge limits. It was a nice big backyard too. Love to be in a position to buy that house because we loved the neighborhood and had good neighbors and all that, and it's a nice area. But the landlord died, and her heirs didn't want to keep the house. They wanted to sell it, so they had to kick us out for that. And with Dora working up in Barstow, it was just too far to commute, really. Especially when I knew I was going to be retiring from the Air Force not long after that. Traffic laws strictly enforced. My chains. I got to double check those. I don't want them to get to a point where they're getting ran over by my tires and then causing damage to the chain rack. So I might need stopped right there, but yeah, let's overdo it a little bit more, lady. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm definitely dragging. I'm gonna need to pull over and double check it. Place I really want to stop right at, but I don't want to have damage happening, so
You have 4 hours and 49 minutes of remaining drive time.
yeah, I had one case where I used my chains when I was with CR England, and when I hung them up, I guess I didn't hang them well enough to the point where one of the chains, I guess, basically kind of extended down far enough where I got ran over by the tire, and then of course the tire wins. The chain basically pulled back on on the hook that the chain hangs on and basically damaged it. Plus, I lost the chain on top of it. So I'd like to not have that happen again. That's why I pulled over to be sure of what I was dealing with there. We're in the town of Fillmore, California, by the way, for anybody following who's not sure where I'm at yet. Westbound on Highway 126 going toward US 101. And got about 25 miles or so to go, somewhere in the ballpark before I'll be in Oxnard. Sad that they even need to have a sign there saying no trucks right turn, or trucks no right turn on that street. And it's a residential street. What do you think? Since when is that a good idea to take a truck on a residential street? It never is. Truck. Nice job leaving me hanging out here. Go from lollygagging until then you all decide to speed up now that I'm over here. Now this freaking dump driver is going around me. Dropping the load in the drop yard or something along that line. It's another record, a near record from what I've seen. Definitely appreciate the support or interest. Bamboo pipeline. Fahrenheit here. It's a really nice day. Got some overcast skies, it looks like. I see some blue behind me though. was it dropped by a C-130? Because normally what they use MOABs for is to clear out an area so helicopters can land. Now what Sean is talking about their MOAB, there are a couple of, two different versions of it that I'm aware of. One is a 10,000 pound bomb and another one is a 15,000 pounder. They're too big to carry on a jet, on a fighter jet, so what they do is they put them in the back of a C-130 normally. And basically they airdrop it out of a C-130, and then when it gets about 100 feet off the ground, it explodes. And what it does, it clears out the area around where the bomb goes off, ideally without leaving any craters. So it basically creates an open area where a helicopter can actually take off and land from. Normally that's how they're set to work. Although, yeah, they can be used on concentrations of troops and stuff, too. Scenery over there to the left. There's a lot of green and mountainsides, and then over here directly to my left there are some areas where it's like steep like rock faces and stuff in there with it. It's an awesome view. See a lot of radio tower sites up there at the top of that peak just directly to my left too. Right about that same area where all the rock faces are at. That's the size that's typically used on fighter aircraft, fighter and attack aircraft, whatever. This is Orchard Road. Got a railroad crossing here. Santa Paula coming up, must be coming up on something here. I'm seeing developed areas here. Fillmore and Western Railway Company, what? Something like that. I think it was like a museum of some sort. Of the railroad variety, I should say. Lobster buffet, Wednesday and Thursday nights, like Serrano buffet, something like that. Something over here on the right side, behind this building with this gas station with Del Taco. This is Hallock Drive, Hallock. This is Santa Paula. Historic our downtown next exit. Highway 150 westbound coming up next. Looking like they're getting ready to practice or play a game or something. Nice looking field. Ojai, 16 miles up this highway that I'm crossing over now. About 15, a little over 15 miles away. And about 12 miles away from Highway 101, I think. Passing the Palm Avenue exit now. Peck Road is next. Purple. Food that requires a fork. While you're getting passed by a truck too. Can't say I'm a stranger to eating food while I'm driving, but shit, I don't eat stuff while I'm driving that requires more than one hand. Some kind of no parking signs over there too, though. Is that another purple one coming the other way? I think it is. Yep, sure is. Yeah, don't tell me at least it just missed two purple trucks. Coming out from out from underneath the freeway right when I was crossing over. Briggs Road, exit 9. Being too much further away than where 118 is, I'm tempted to just go ahead and go all the way down to 101 and head east from there. So I don't have to deal with going through whatever that town area is. It'll cut off a few miles ago through 118 to 220, whatever the hell that highway is, but I'm still debating on which way to go. Don't think that you can see the Pacific from where 126 and 101 meet up. If I recall, you can. Don't get a good view of it right there. And from there over to Oxnard Boulevard, I don't think I'm not sure. I don't think 101's close enough to the Pacific right there to get a good look at it. You have to go west of Oxnard. Further is what I'm talking about. And see the really tall see that associated with golf driving ranges. Darling Road. Yeah, it is golf related. I see a golf cart over there. Oh, look like it's a national forest. Okay. Telephone Road. And I need to look for Highway 2, whatever the hell it is. I'm going to say it's 220 something. Oxnard, 7 miles. Okay, that's always a good sign I'm still going the right way. So I'm sure I'm going to see signs telling me to turn right to go toward Oxnard when I get to the highway I'm looking for. Because the highway I'm looking for will take me right to Oxnard Road, and which is what will take me to downtown Oxnard. Oh, that's that same ad I saw earlier. All you can eat lobster buffet. San Manuel Casino. That's over in San Bernardino. Neck of the woods. Moore Park, 16 miles. Santa Clara River here. Not seen any water yet. Is there any? Very little over here about where the trees are at. I see, okay, a little bit more. Hardly anything though. Doesn't look like anything you can fish or swim with, or anything else out of. I see a lot of cars turning. No, it's some juvenile justice complex. Okay. Vineyard Avenue. Oh, US 1. Oh, here it is, 232. This is the highway I'm looking for right here. That explains why I see so many cars going that way. Oh, I need this side. Cheated and used his lane, or the right lane to make my turn, but go with what I'm trained to do, and that's use the outer lane. Like I said, it's only 2:10 local time, and I don't pick. I can't check in any sooner than about 3 o'clock, so it's not like it's gonna be any real problem. Well, there is a concern, I guess, about whether I can make it to Yuma without my clock running out. But I think my 14-hour clock is gonna prevent that anyway. See, now this lane is a lot wider because it's designed specifically for trucks. growing here. I'm not any good with recognizing this kind of stuff, but all I know is what I haul. Don't know how far down the road I need to go before I have to turn left. That's why I'm a little reluctant to get in the right lane. So now I'm 6 miles. I was 6 miles from Ventura. I mean, from Oxnard, but I also know that some of that distance is actually on Oxnard Boulevard or Oxnard Road, whatever it's called. Red Wings shoes. I haven't worn Red Wings in a while. I think I was a kid last time I wore those. Juvenile Justice Complex here on the right side. Followed by Lambert Street. Montgomery Avenue. Carnegie Place. That's why people are slowing down. The speed limit's dropping from 50 to 45. Alright, it was like Simon Way and Thames River Drive. Thames River. The police says like, hey, you're in my area, the River Thames. Okay, so here's a bus on the other side of the road with its red lights flashing, but since this is a wider than 2-lane road, and I'm going the opposite direction, it does not apply to me. It only applies to traffic going the same direction. Walnut Drive. For reference. Yeah, which one it was, but it's a kid. I haven't seen that on just. Anybody remember that game? It's a French for all the details on it. Italy imposes nation. Alright, as U.S. certain it is. It dead ends into Oxnard Road, if I remember right. On the other side of one. Alrighty, I see some more truck parking possibilities here. Yeah. Fix that damn. Of course, it wouldn't have been such a problem if it's sitting upright, but it's tilted toward my. Or not nearly so much, because our trucks are a lot wider. The truck itself is 8.5 feet wide. About to cross over 101 now, but yeah, looks like I should be able to get there, especially when the other side's got a green light. But there is a red on the other side of it. Okay, I see a truck turning left up there. That's going to give me a hint that that's probably going to be Oxnard Road. off-ramp traffic over there got green, but I was hoping I'd be able to clear the intersection before they. Now I see. Because I know the traffic coming off the southbound 101 can't get over here to the left turn lane with my trailer sticking out. Esplanade Drive. Photo enforced. Base Port Winnie. I'm gonna treat this like this is my turn because I already saw a truck using this street, and I think it was one of these funky intersections like this where I was expecting to make my turn. Yeah, this is Oxnard Boulevard. Okay, excellent. Nah, you don't get buffering from my phone getting hot. You get buffering from it having a bad signal. You won't notice my phone getting hot unless I say that it's. I can tell that it's getting hot from the fact I can't see the text or anything. Subtle clues like that will tell me that my phone's getting hot. You'll never notice on your end. Should be gone now. I don't have any messages on my screen suggesting that you're getting buffering. Alright, that truck's all the way over in the far right. Huh. Citrus Grove Lane. One on Netflix the other day, a couple days ago, whatever. Spencer Confidential. You guys seen that one yet? It's a Mark Wahlberg movie. Seems like a pretty decent movie. How believable is it? Realism, I don't know. I'd say, I don't know. It's one of those more like quasi-realistic kind of movies, I'd call it, but I thought it was still good entertainment. This is not a very wide lane, is it? I think this is turning into a right turn only lane too. Car trying to get in here. Couldn't tell. Yeah, I'm looking for 7th Street. I've been on this street before. What is that? I've seen some kind of a highway or something further down the road. I'm pretty certain I don't remember seeing that before when I came out of 7th Street onto this street. Basically I had to circle around last time I was here. So I'm going to assume that my turn is going to be south of whatever that highway is. Yeah, that sucks. These hotshot drivers just don't have much room to work with there. They don't have, there's no room to button hook their turns because the island right there. Because he's going pretty slow to make sure he's going to clear it. That's a shitty place for even for hotshot drivers to do. Just imagine if a truck tried to make that turn. It's not possible. Golden State Auto Liquor. recommend street side parking. There is a staging area right across the street from where I docked in last time that I can try to park if there's space available. Colonia Road. I don't remember that overpass there. Okay, First Street. So I'm going to need to start moving left pretty quickly, because if I see First and I know I'm going to be only 6 or 7 blocks away from my turn when I get to the other side, or once I get to First. saw another sign over there, though, where I can possibly park. Western pre-cooling systems, truck parking. Well, let's take a look. Because that lot over here, it's a shitty lot there. Definitely not truck-friendly lot there. Yeah, it's exit only. Parking spots here I can use. Okay. Up here is going to make it a challenge for me to get into the spot I want. Now we'll do this. Do a modified backing here. See what I can do with that. I don't know if that dually's going to make it easy for me though. Not too bad there. Yeah, I don't know about that dually though. Gotta watch his front end and make sure. I got too many things to watch here. I gotta make sure I don't. Let's see, looks like I'm good there. Yeah, looks like my trailer will be fine. Alright, I'm clear of him now. Gotta make sure I don't jackknife my trailer either. That's good there. Now I have room to work with where I got the trailer already lined up with the spot, pretty much. Tandems are not a little bit on my side of it, but that's good because I don't have to worry about hitting the guy in the next spot over as long as I'm like that. I can use little 4x4 moves to get in here, get into the spot more effectively and safely. Alright, I got plenty of room on the blind side. Alright, good. Tap the K-rail. There we go. I'm off duty. Nice truck there. Which, you talking about the purple one? It's kind of reddish purple, but I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. Semi-arrival call here. This is going to eat a good chunk of my 14-hour clock, I think. So between waiting to check in and then waiting for a dock door once I am checked in, and then getting loaded. And it's over 500. I think it's 520-mile shift. Basically from Tulare down to here, back to Yuma. And I don't know that I can get to Yuma before my 14 runs out, because even if 520 miles in California is not easy to do. On a normal day should be able to do it, but a normal day with traffic or driving through some little towns like I was just doing makes it more difficult. Of course, we got 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. And I usually it's best to trip plan an average about 50 miles an hour trip speed when you're in California, and it'll go even slower than that if you have traffic to deal with. Where, like I was saying, the more time I spend here, the less likely I'll be to have to deal with traffic going across the 101 freeway or 134 or 210. But the earlier, yeah, I guess I could. I didn't do the inward-facing camera part, but yeah, I guess I could go ahead and do a backing video on that. But you see, you saw the dually pickup over here, right? So, get this arrival call center real quick. 03, what's that, the 9th, right? Yeah, the 9th, we'll just say 1532-ish. 6257. Okay. Now I was planning on getting here around like 3 o'clock or so. So I'm gonna force myself to burn more 14-hour clock than. Did I record on the side mirror cam? Yes. Whenever my main dash cam records, my side mirror also records. Basically they record at the same. They make the same. Really. The file names are exactly the same. It's just the main camera has an A at the end of it, and then the side camera has a B at the end. So yeah, I can do that. I should have put the inward, because I usually don't have that one plugged in unless I'm actually wanting to record something on it, and I didn't have it on. And not to mention, I'm trying to save data just in case. I've been kind of slacking on looking at what footage I've saved. It takes a lot of effort sometimes to review footage and then edit it and all that. I know Scotty knows what I'm talking about. He's done this before himself. As well as I know some of you guys do too. Or maybe you might say like ice and dactyl on him. You might know exactly what, like a section of video that you want to grab. And yeah, but then maybe if you're new at it, it might take a little bit of time to figure your way out through it. And for me, sometimes it's because I got to take these two different sections and put them over the top of each other, or I have to go back and forth between, maybe jumping from one view to the other full screen. That's another option I have. But then when I do that, it's a lot harder to figure out the exact spot to splice the video, and the video app I use, it's not always the easiest to work with that. I mean, it's pretty decent, but it's I wouldn't say it. Yeah, there's some features in it that would definitely make the job easier, I think, if I could. Anyway, yeah, I'm right down the street from TNA, whatever. No, it's not Tits and Ass. I forget the name of the company. A couple of last names, whatever they are. That's who I'm picking up from, and it's not even on the. Now, when you actually go to the facility over here behind me, it's a different company name. Okay, now when I do get at it, when I do leave here, now because see, I got him to worry about. I don't want to have tail swing kick out, but I do have not a bad amount of space to work with there. So my tactic will be come over here, basically veer off to the left right away a little bit, but not too hard. Try to get my tandems to drag away from the center of my spot and toward this direction. And then I'll make a harder turn, or I can even do a 4x4 turn, a jackknife kind of turn to stay clear of the pickup there. Now, I was talking about with my setup here, if I wasn't paying any attention, I could have hit that guy. The fact that I had the back of my trailer, where is it at in relation to the lines right here, and also where my tandems are positioned. And I also have to watch the side of my trailer, the front corner of my trailer, where the, oops. I think I accidentally unplugged my dash cam. Oh, it started back up on its own. Alright, so all of that, and then I also also have to watch the guy's truck over there to make sure I don't hit anything and everything's just right where I need it to be. So it's a lot of detail you need to watch for. And then, of course, I always, like I say, I always like to tailor some of my videos specifically toward those who are newer at trucking or plan to become truckers. And and on top of that, maybe get some extra entertainment for some of you guys who are not truckers and don't plan to be, whatever. Anyway, yeah, all those details. It's a good example. You can't fixate on one single detail when you're backing the truck. If you're brand new, a lot of times they'll tell you watch your tandems when you're backing. No, don't fixate on your tandems. Look at the back corner of your trailer where the ICC bar is. Look at your tandems. Look up here at the front corner where your tractor and your trailer meet up. And then look around at the front of your truck too. All those are places where something can hit. And you don't want to, and they all give you important feedback on what room you have to work with for whatever. And see, I got to a point when I was coming back, and I don't know, I'm not sure the dash cam will the side cam will actually pick it up because I was in such a strong jackknife position. Now, if you're at a 90-degree angle like this, the trailer tires will just pivot. They'll just kind of, just stay in place, and then the back of the trailer will come toward you, or will basically rotate the same direction that you're toward you. But if you come more of a sharper angle like this, when you go to back up, when I'm backing the truck up, the trailer tires are actually rolling forward instead of backward. And so when you do get to that point where the trailer tires are going the opposite direction that your tractors are, then you become a higher risk of hitting your cab extenders. The little aerodynamic things on the back of the tractor. Or you could even hit the back of the tractor if you don't have those on. So, and that was something I always remember watching happen a lot when I was in CDL school. Even a lot of the guys, because in California here, they require you to learn the 90-degree alley dock. Don't know any other state that requires that. They don't test everybody here on it, but they test about half on the alley dock and the other half on parallel parking. Every state that I know of outside of California, they test you for the backing skills on straight back, offset backing, which is kind of like if maybe I want to park in this spot next to me, I could just go straight ahead if there's not enough room here, really. And then do the offset technique to get myself into that spot right there. And then there's another one called the parallel park, which is basically exactly that. You're parallel parking along a curb or something behind another truck. And they'll tell you for that, because they'll have cones set up in the yard usually, and they'll usually, I think, say, if I remember right, they have you put the cone about somewhere around the halfway point on the trailer. I can't remember for sure. It's not a practical way to do a parallel parking in the real world. That's why once you get through a CDL school, try to forget that. Don't forget that about parallel parking in general. Yes, you will parallel park in the real world. I've done it myself many times, and I've even got a video of it, not from not too many weeks back, where did a couple of parallel parkings. Like to add some more views, maybe like drone view and all that. I just need to get my drone fixed or get a new one, which is not in the near future. At least the latter part. But anyway, yeah, there are real world parallel parkings you can do in a truck. You just don't do them the way that they teach them in CDL school. So just remember, they only teach them in CDL school because that's what the state DMV requires them to teach you. They want you to demonstrate in the DMV that you can do these simple techniques, and it doesn't matter if they're realistic or practical in the real world. All they care about is what do you need to do to get that license in your hand. That's it. Hey, what's up, Jamie? Alright, now Jamie's also a trucker from Kentucky. I'm saying this because I know a lot of you guys already know him, but we're up to at least 30 people on here, and sure, plenty of lurkers on here who are not long-time followers of me, and don't know many of the people who regularly chat on here with me. So to help you get to know them more, maybe get you guys talking a little more too. And also, the more you guys talk, the less I do. In fact, when I play some of my voice aloud stuff, I usually wait till there's a lull in the conversation where you guys aren't doing any talking before I'll move on to something else. And then, when there's nothing going on, I'll go ahead and play it. Hey, welcome back, Dylan. Speaking of, now you mentioned it, I meant to go all the way back and see what conversations I missed earlier. And scroll all the way back. We got about 15 minutes before I can walk over there and check in anyway. Okay, Sean Goodwin was talking earlier about a wreck that big rig trucker went by south of Cincinnati. It was a really nasty one. Maybe you guys saw it or heard about it. I'm going to have to look at that one. I did notice on the analytics on my last video that a good chunk of you guys actually are big rig trucker followers too. So I'm familiar with them, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I've even subscribed to him. I'll have to check him out. I hear about him a lot. I know certain people here regularly like to watch him. So I don't know a heck of a lot though. And there's someone else I remember I've watched a few times, but don't remember too much. I don't remember if it's Little Dog or what's his name, something like that. I forget the guy's name. I don't think it was Big Rig Trucker I'm thinking of, though. Alright, James Ewing said he saw it too. Let's see. I got all the way back to the beginning. No, I didn't even know that Feliciano, my buddy in my TSP group and fellow admin, was on here earlier. I gotta teach him not to call me sir, though. I was enlisted, not an officer. And you don't call friends sir either. That's all right. Another beautiful day in Ohio. Let's see. It's like those upper 60s and mid 70s kind of weather people talking about. Kind of makes for a muggy day, doesn't it, James? James lives in Springfield, Missouri area, so it might be a little humid there. Sure, rain is in ours as well, and Ohio adore each other. It's been rain all day here. I'm glad I replaced seal on my car door. No more rain leaking into the car. Yeah, that definitely helps. See me on the road. It's Linda, fellow JCT driver. I am forecasted for sunshine this week till this weekend. It's helpful, no wet seat. Damn, that sucks. Alright, W900. What else we got? JR wants to live in California and he retires around Palm Springs. That's a nice area. Hot as hell. One of the hottest areas of Southern Cal. But it's a dry heat. I used to live right on the other side of the mountain from Palm Springs, and it gets pretty hot there, but not nearly as hot as Palm Springs. And then, of course, I have a lot of history with Barstow and Victorville. And Barstow gets pretty damn hot. Victorville not quite as hot as Barstow, but pretty damn close. And neither of them tends to get as hot as Palm Springs. Usually about 10 degrees cooler than Palm Springs. And doesn't really say much when an average summer day is 115 degrees, sometimes even 120 where I'm from, and then I've seen it get up to 130 in Palm Springs. So yeah, it's hot. Some people have difficulty with it. James, been looking for tack lifter. I look everywhere, Harbor Freight, and I found one at Menards. Okay, I saw you talking about that earlier, but I wasn't sure what you're talking about there. Maybe I'd probably have to look that one up. I don't know what a tack lifter is. Or maybe you're calling something I'm familiar with, some name that I'm not familiar with, and maybe I call it something else. I don't know. do okay with weather going up there, although it's a little messy right now. Okay, now there's a difference between with snowy weather, because I did get snowed on one of my recent trips up to Illinois. There it's not nearly as big a deal because the roads are flatter. You almost never have to put chains on in that area. I don't know if Mish or somebody from that area. Have you guys ever been? Any of you guys from that area ever had to put chains on your vehicles in snowy weather up there? I'm not really sure. It's because there's no hills to worry about. I'm not so sure it's anywhere remotely as much a concern as it is when you're trying to go climbing Donner Pass like I did a couple nights ago. Let's see, Yuma Dole to Fresh Express Streamwood. Oh, damn it! Get back over there. I gotta go back. Accidentally double tapped and then must have long tapped as well. Let's find out, where did I leave? There it is. Fresh Express, Streamwood, Illinois, or something else. Okay, yeah, that was something I discussed earlier. For those guys who were not on here at the beginning of the stream, I am currently in Oxnard, California. Going to be picking up from T&A Produce. It's named something else here. It's right behind me. And from here, I'll be going to Yuma, Arizona, which is right by the California border along Interstate 8, real close to the Mexican border. Pick up from another T&A facility there, and then I'll be taking it to Aldi Foods in Batavia, Illinois, or Batavia, as some people call it. I call it Batavia because, remember, I have a lot of Spanish influence with the words I use, so and that doesn't mean I'm fluent in Spanish speaker or whatever. I'm from here in Southern Cal, so and I got a Spanish speaking wife. So it's easy for me to kind of talk like that. There's someone else coming in the lot now. Dom. Right. See if he's going to end up parking here next to me or somewhere, or maybe in one of these other spots. I don't know if he's setting up for a different spot. Okay, so also, those of you guys who might follow me enough to know that I was supposed to be picking up in Georgia, a load in Tulare yesterday and take it to Georgia. Now Jamie Good had asked me earlier. I answered it earlier, but for those of you guys who weren't on at the time, I'll answer it again. I get checked in over there. Eventually, about 20 minutes later, they call me, go ahead and dock into door 6. Okay. I go dock into door 6, and a couple minutes later, the shipper calls me up and says, yeah, we don't have any bills for your load. And from what we're seeing here, it looks like the receiver canceled the order. Okay, so I'm already here and in your dock door. Now you're telling me that my load is canceled. It happens. Don't get mad if you're a trucker and this happens to you. It happens. It just goes with the territory. You can still, because it got canceled after I'd already shown up to the shipper. It's just I just documented. I still get paid for it for the deadhead miles that I ran getting there, and then it'll get documented as TONU, T-O-N-U, truck order not used. So that means that I didn't actually haul the load. It just means I went over there only to find that it got canceled for not really my problem. What reason? And honestly, 350 miles of deadhead, and I get paid for that. Pulling an empty trailer, that gets really nice for my fuel economy. When I get paid by the mile, hey, I'm all for it. Whatever, the more miles I can log that have nothing in my trailer or as little in my trailer, the better. Because it's great for my fuel economy, and I don't have to worry about burning as much fuel on it. Go ahead and shut off the engine for now. And then a heavier load, obviously, especially when I'm going to take it over a train, is going to eat more fuel. So I got no complaints at all. I know there are people who don't like to pull empty trailers, and I think it might be because of concerns about wind and stuff. But okay, But if you follow a rule of thumb here, it doesn't matter what kind of wind you got. If it gets past a certain point, no matter how light or heavy you are, get off the road. Because even if you're heavy enough, but someone is passing you or you're passing them, and they are light enough to get blown over, and the wind's blowing them in your direction, guess what? You are going to have a problem. You might get taken out by that driver who's got a light trailer. So, good practice. Once you get in strong enough winds where even an empty trailer guy can get blown over, it's a good idea to just get off the road no matter who you are. Unless you're super, super heavy. I mean, I'm talking like overweight kind of heavy. Oh, now there's a spot open next to that purple truck over there across the street. In that lane, yeah, remember that lot I was in before. All right, let's see what else we got here. It's getting close enough to the time where I can walk over there and get checked in. What else did I see? I haven't bailed out. Della says this. I haven't bailed out yet, but if you're worried about what's going on, I have never seen a mess like that. Okay, that's when you were talking about stock market stuff. Okay. You know, our government people have to get the darn work done. Stop the fighting, at least until this emergency is over. All right, now again, like I mentioned earlier, for everybody else watching who wasn't part of that conversation, if you have 401k accounts or stocks or whatever, stay in your stocks. Don't bail out of your stock positions just because you see these crazy drops going on. This is all a bunch of stupid panic over nothing. Okay, and I wouldn't say nothing. It's a virus. We get more people dead in the U.S. every year from a regular flu virus. Now people are acting like the sky is falling over a freaking virus that hasn't hit much of the U.S. at all. And yeah, maybe it has a little bit higher mortality rate, but it's a little bit more potent. But people move on, people recover, and people move back on to go back to their jobs and lives just like normal afterward. Just use your regular good hygiene habits, and you're fine. And don't worry about the stocks; they will recover. We have a good, solid economy. It's but with everyone panicking and selling off and then trashing the bond market, just making a complete mess of what the bond yield looks like, a bond yield curve looks like there. I'm concerned about the stupid human behavior creating a self-fulfilling prophecy for the economy. So that is a concern there. But it's not enough where I think it really warrants basically pricing in a 40% drop in earnings already when they're actually still going up and expected to climb still over the next year in spite of this. It's just, they're completely irrational. You start buying buy up a bunch of stocks now, because they might lose some more in the short term, but they're going to take off like a rocket once the market, once people start figuring out why the hell are we all freaking out about this. And I also heard someone saying earlier, and I didn't look myself, but I guess trade volume was pretty low today. So when you get like low trade volume, not many shares trading places, and that much volatility, it tells you it doesn't have a lot of support there. It means like the big, and then later in the day, usually the price starts going back up a little bit, which means people are buying into them, buying the dips. Just keep doing that. Dollar cost average. You'll thank me later. Okay, some of the experts think that it's going to burn itself out, but the warm weather is like a flu, but it's going to come back. Yeah. And I think once we get warmer weather, it'll help make it a less hospital environment for both regular flu and coronavirus. And there are a number of different strands of regular flu too. I always had to get flu shots every year when I was a federal civilian and military worker, and every year it was not always the same exact flu virus that they were giving us a shot for. What they do is they figure out which particular strain of flu is the most likely to come across, hit the U.S. I don't remember where they usually figure it out from. It might be China again, but I forget. But they predict which one is going to be the more prominent one in the year, and then they give that out as the main flu shot to try to keep the numbers down. They don't always get the right one, but at least if you get immunized against it, there's a better chance you won't get it. But now with flu shots, my understanding, the innards of the flu bug itself, basically it's just this flu shot itself is just a flu bug with the innards taken out, so your body can help. It helps your body recognize it as that particular flu, but it has nothing to it where it can just where it can't reproduce, and your body recognizes it. I hope you're not going to block that driveway. All right. Some people were saying last night that China was mess around or biological weapons starting this. That kind of does. Yeah, I doubt that too. No treatment for it. Usually viruses, there's no treatment for it anyway. You can immunize against it to keep from getting it in the first place, but usually once you have a virus, usually there's not a good treatment for it. It's really just treat the symptoms and dehydration and all that, and let it take its course, and your body will eventually figure out a way to fight it off. Okay, what else do we have here that I didn't see? Trying to get down pretty quickly anyway, because it's 4 o'clock now. Shit, what time is it? Oh, I'm supposed to be checking in right now, actually, so I keep thinking it's an hour earlier. All right, let me get turned around and let me go get checked in, because I'm supposed to be checking in at the moment right now. I'll be back in a few. make sure the only call I missed was the one from my wife. Yeah, okay. Come on. Alright, so we're good. Now I can continue. Don't know how long it'll take to get a call, but yeah, I'll be loading right back here on the back side of the building, which is literally right behind me again. Same as last time I was here. See somebody saying, Scott, I dodged a bullet. I don't know who that is, though. I'll get to, when I get to the bottom of the... When I get through scrolling back down to the bottom, I'll figure it out. I think I have an idea who it is, but I don't want to mention it without them saying first if it's what I think it's about. Okay, yeah, I'm just going back through some of the texts that maybe I missed earlier, because like I said, there are times when it's just not practical or safe for me to be looking even for any time at what's being said, and sometimes it does scroll up, and longer text I tend to ignore until I get to a safe place to stop, I mean. If it's something like where I can look into my gauges and just take a quick look, and because within I can look right here in like half a second. Like Eric Wildman said earlier, I'm closer to San Antonio. All I have to do is look at the 2 word in there and then see both sides of it, and then instantly I can see in just that little bit of time, like an instant, exactly the entire sentence he's saying within, not even half a second. Then I can go back to looking at the road. If it's something I have to take a longer time, like where Della says, I'm going to go back there and live before I die. I love San Antonio. Okay, that's a little on the longer side. I have to probably take 2 different looks at it, and if I have to take 2 looks, I'm not quite as likely to look or respond at all until I'm parked, like I am now, and it's safer. Just the thing is, sometimes when I do respond, some of you guys might not be online by the time I'm responding, but it's just something you have to deal with. Just goes with the territory, safety first. Alright, fell in love with Texas. Even though she said phone love, I think that was her voice to text thing. Miswriting what she said. Because I know Della usually, if you're still on here, I know you usually do voice to text, and that's why sometimes it doesn't know punctuation or sentence structure and all that, or sometimes puts wrong words in too. Bunch of the people on that cruise ship were going to Lackland Air Force Base today. Lackland being in San Antonio, where everybody in the Air Force goes to basic training. And I guess, it was that cruise ship that, I guess, what was that, porting in, was it Seattle? Or it was somewhere on the Pacific coast. I can't remember if it was Seattle or somewhere else. It was coming over from Japan or wherever the hell it was. San Antonio's okay, just as long as you know where you're going. Yeah, just like with any city. Some people will say that New York City's okay, but it helps a lot if you know your way around the area. Someone like me, who've only been there a couple times before, it's not so easy to get around there because you don't know what to expect, or especially when you're in a truck, you don't know what roads you can be on with the truck and how to get around. Like I say, some people with experience though have an easier time. It's like with me here in Southern California. Anywhere like in LA County or San Bernardino, Riverside County, I know my way around very well, for a lot of it. So, and I'm so used to it. I grew up here, and it's, I can deal with the traffic sometimes. It's just be patient, and a lot of times I know ways around stuff, especially if I'm on my car. I can't do that so much in my truck, but it's still, it's knowing the routes, knowing what roads will go to where. And it just takes time to, and looking at a map a lot of times to figure it out. Alright, Della had said, hey, I got a GPS, it'll get me where I need to go. The reason why she said that is because I see a lot of stuff critical about GPS devices. Now, they will take you on wrong routes sometimes, and especially, when you drive a car like Della does not have a CDL. Totally different experience there. You can get away with doing a lot of stuff that the GPS might tell you that you can do, but when you're in a truck, there's a lot more concern. There are places that maybe a truck with a 48-foot trailer is okay, but a 53-footer's not. And then in other places like maybe a low bridge clearance or somewhere, or maybe trucks over like 12 tons are not allowed, but those under are okay. A lot of stuff like that you really got to worry about. And I don't have a truck GPS. I just use Google Maps to plan, and actually just look at the map only and plan it out and figure out what's the most ideal route. And just watch for certain things like railroad crossings. Wherever you see a railroad crossing, I'm going to be more suspicious of if you're looking at a map. The more effectively you do your trip planning, the easier it'll be too. You saw here, I didn't need a GPS to get here. I knew exactly what highways I was looking for the entire way. Highway 118 from 126, I'd never been on that part. Highway 232, I'd never been on that part. I just remembered looking at the map and having a pretty good idea what visually it was supposed to look like, where I was, and the numbers. 118 I'm already familiar with. That goes across, that turns into a freeway further over by the 5 freeway. But over on the side I was on, it's just regular road. So that's one of those things. And then also knowing that 232, I was expecting it to run into I keep saying Ventura, Oxnard Boulevard. And I remember it either dead-ended into Oxnard or just had some funky, like a 5-way looking kind of weird intersection. So I knew when I got up there that had to have been it. Even though I was already at the intersection by the time I figured out it really was Oxnard Boulevard. It's just, no surprises there. I knew what to look for. I knew what I was expecting to find, and I found it. And just followed the route. And with my trip meters, I knew exactly how many miles it was supposed to be because of Google telling me about how many it would be. And so, and this is just a case of learning the roads better. Because following a GPS is not going to help you learn the roads so effectively as actually mapping it out, writing it down on a piece of paper if you have to. Now in my case, because my photographic memory, I didn't write it down in this case, but a lot of times when I know I'm going to be on some route I'm not familiar with, and I do tend to write it down, just to be sure. Alright. Now scrolling down, a bunch of hi, whatever. COD Season 2 going on here. I'm not sure. I'm thinking COD is like Call of Duty, but that's a video game, I think. Season 2. What am I missing on that? COD. I don't watch a hell of a lot of TV, and that's not that. What? Damn it. No. Oh, never mind. 25-3, 33-4 so far. In Afghanistan, we spend 3 days playing COD, which I assume is Call of Duty. Had kids Hulk smashing controllers. That doesn't surprise me. Up and down, acceleration. LA County, plug your nose. Christmas, ice skating, Vikings jersey, yeah. Yeah, and she's like, I don't even know what the hell American football is all about. I never watched. You guys have some weird ass sport you guys play and watch. Now she needs a 49ers. Vikings jersey, Seahawks, 49ers, baseball shirts. Ohio got horrible drivers. Yeah, you've not seen anything yet, Sean, until you spend a lot of time here in California. I hate to say it. I mean, I've been everywhere, and my fellow Californians are the absolute worst in the country from what I've seen. And there's not even a comparison. Bayern Munich, my soccer team. Munchen. watch rugby and Aussie League football. I've tried watching that a couple times in the past. It definitely takes a little getting used to figure out what the rules are and all that. Yankees Dodgers World Series this year. Place your bets, really. Yeah, I'll go for Dodgers. Especially, now they got Mookie Betts, and then just hope they don't get affected by injuries and stuff. I just noticed that white dually pickup's gone. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and... Because I'll probably try and retrieve that data. Are you going to turn off or not? Thank you. I want to make sure I don't lose that data just in case I didn't record I didn't save the part that was part of the backing into the spot. Vegas got the Raiders, Seattle getting the NHL team. I like expansions. I didn't realize the new stadium in Vegas is that close to being done. I could tell a lot of progress got made on it last time I drove by it, but it still looked like it was a pretty good, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I'm just misjudging how long it'll take for them to have that stadium done. Scott, same people can't read cursive. Remodeling Coliseum in Seattle now for hockey and basketball. Coliseum for hockey? I would have thought hockey would have been played at the arena there. The hell's that arena? Where the one where the Supersonics used to play when you guys had a basketball team there? It'd be kind of weird seeing a Coliseum being used for... is that an indoor Coliseum? I forget. I don't know if that's a dome or... Because I'm thinking like Coliseum, like the LA Coliseum, where the Rams, until just this season, until this last season played. And of course, now Rams are moving down to a new stadium down in Carson, I think. Further down south, down toward Long Beach. Can't remember exactly where it's at. I want to say it was Carson. Anyway. Yeah, but of course, the LA Coliseum is an outdoor stadium, so that's what I'm used to Coliseums being. Not to mention the one in Rome that I've also been to. It's an outdoor one. What else we got? Okay, we're talking about Mount Shasta, and then also I-5 being the route to Dodger Stadium. Beautiful snowy peak on Mount Shasta. Bunch of more hellos and purple and whatever. Just stopped at door 25. Let the games begin. Yolanda, love Magic Mountain. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been. A number of years since I've been there. I like amusement parks to an extent. Man, it's just, I can't believe how long it's been since I've been there. I used to be a little afraid of roller coasters, and then my cousin talked me into going on Viper over at Magic Mountain. Now Viper, the top of the first, when you first go up, it's like 190 feet high. Pretty tall ride. Now I was a little concerned about the height at first, and I ended up, just give it a try. Screw it, I'll be brave. Yeah, and I actually had a good time on that ride, but I also had a not so good time because they don't exactly make the cars for someone my height. I'm being 6'3", and most of California and anybody else who goes on those rides is quite a few, several inches shorter than me. Usually at least 4 or 5 or 6 inches shorter than me. It doesn't make for such a good time because the harness, the shoulder harness that goes over me is like pinching down on my shoulder as I'm like, so if I'm just sitting straight up, I was like, the harness can't close all the way if I'm sitting straight up, and I have to slouch like that so it can close all the way. And then my knees, because there's two ways to accommodate for that. One is to slide my butt more forward and get my shoulder down a little bit more. And the other one is to just like that. Okay. And then I realized my knee is like rubbing on the front of the car too. So I was like, this is definitely so not a good ride for me. And much fun as I had on it, It's not a comfortable ride for me. Some of the other ones are not so bad, but that one, I don't know why. It's just so not such an uncomfortable experience. Anyway, what else we got here? Those large lemons. I talked about how I used to have the house I lived in Highland over by San Bernardino had a big lemon tree with a lot of really big lemons that it grew. And Yolanda talked about those large lemons usually have thick skin. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, man, they come out good. Yeah, they're great for a lot of stuff. And we gave out so many of them to people we knew. Sean Goodwin went to a Dodger game in 2018 in LA. Yeah, I've been to a couple Dodger games. Much of a Dodgers fan as I am, I think I would go to a lot more of them. I know enough there that I don't like to sit on the first base side during the daytime, because then you get that sun setting and it gets right in your face. So when you're looking down at the field, like toward the second base or whatever, the sun just right in your face half the time. And so if someone hits a fly ball in your direction, like that, I'm like, where the hell is it? I don't know. I can't see it. The sun's all I see is sun, and you can't see where the ball's at. So me personally, when I go there, I'd rather sit on the third base side for that reason, unless it's going to be a nighttime game. Okay, we were talking about Moabs. It's a type of bomb called the mother of all bombs. So 10,000 and 15,000 pound bombs that get dropped out of C-130s for different purposes. Usually for making helicopter landing areas, though. Ground shakes your sifter. Insides, I guess, is what you meant. Doesn't surprise me. We got okay, I'm starting to get toward the bottom now. Okay, fill me in. Where are we at? Where are we going? If you're still on here, I think I explained it. I'm at T and A trend, whatever the hell is damn. I can never remember the name. Tanimura and Antle. Yeah. Well, this particular stop, they just label it as T&A, but the other shipper in Ryuma that I'm going to is the same company, but it's actually spelled out Tanimura and Antle. Just remember T&A. It's funner. But I'm in Oxnard, California right now, and be picking up here once they call me to let me know. Where's she backing into? Or is she backing into one of these staging spots to the right of me? I don't know. Guessing so. Yeah, that's what she's doing. Alright. Is that the secret to get the music? Secret to get the music. Must have been something about the music that I usually a lot of times will play on my videos, on my streams. Like I say, I'm not worried about monetizing my videos. Don't have that many viewers or subs, so I don't really care. I'm not going to make sure as hell won't make a living off of my YouTube. That's for sure. It's not my goal. All right. Let's see. Ice people are still talking. Got to watch it. So hot in Phoenix one time they closed the airport. Huh. That's kind of odd. I wonder why. Now, now hot weather is not so great for aerodynamics as colder weather is, so maybe that has something to do with it. But I think the runways in Phoenix are long enough where even if the aircraft need a longer takeoff roll because of the hot weather, I'm not sure. I don't think they're so long that the airplanes wouldn't be able to take off. I don't know. Interesting. Alright, GR out of here. I gotta roll. Tack lifter is a fingernail. Okay. I thought it was something car related, so I'm like, okay, I know me's probably just screwing around there. Ah, damn it. Accidentally long tapped again. Where am I at now? Since I accidentally long tapped, there we are. Della, when I was stationed at Scenic in Illinois, people were used in snowmobile to get around. Oh man, snowmobiles. Those things don't even exist in my area unless you live up on the mountain. Even then, I don't even know how many people actually have them. Yeah, they're just non-existent here in Southern Cal. Can't believe you made it on time. I knew I'd get here on time. And I intentionally left at a time where I thought I'd get here about half an hour before or something like that. And I keep forgetting. I might as well do it now because I forget it. I have my truck system clock still set to standard time, and so I was thinking, oh, I still got like another half hour before I can even try to check in to be like an hour before my appointment. And then I realized, looking at my clock, that's not even right. I have to, it was actually right on time for my appointment. Like, oh, crap. Not necessarily a bad thing, though. So I need to change my thing here. Why not? We'll switch it over and show how I go about that. Because, see, it still says 15:38, but I got 4:36 or 16:36 on my phone clock. So I'm going to switch it back. This button here, I have a back, and then there's it's a rotary end, pushes in. That's what I use. Hello?
JCT, let me get you on door 5 on the back.
Door number 5. Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Alright, now let's wait till we get docked in for that then. Alright, the driver of that other truck getting ready to walk by. Come back. Now I want my digital speedometer. Now what is this guy doing now? Trying to keep the back of my trailer far away from the other guy so I don't have any concerns about hitting him. Alright, I'm going to need to use my hood mirror here to tell me that it's clear. Yeah, I can't. It's the only way I can get out of the slot without making sure, making sure I'm not going to hit anything. Alright, door 5. Clear both ways. There was another JCT truck here when I was walking up to the shipper to check in. Take her sweet so I can finish my setup. Get my doors open. Actually, I'm gonna need to slide tandems too. One as well. Forklift there. Looks like at least a 15K. Oh, get that damn tandems over there more. It's taking forever to get over where I need them.
You have 7 hours and 17 minutes of remaining drive time.
I think I'm gonna have to go back there and give them my thing, and then they're gonna take load locks out and all kind of stuff. So I'm gonna have to go through quickly, and also I don't want to end up with a more than 12-hour long video for obvious reasons, because YouTube won't save it. So I'll plan on ending this this stream here in a minute, and then I'll get another stream going when I'm ready to leave here. Okay, basically it's an attack lifter, it's a nail puller, it sounds like a fork on a pry bar. Okay. Yeah, I just call it a nail puller like Jim Rocket, or a pry bar. A station in Alaska, they issued us snowmobiles to get around. Damn. When you go load up, do you always try to have a full tank of fuel for your weight? No. In fact, it's usually never a good idea to have a full tank of fuel when you're picking up at a shipper, because you could end up overweight. And just remember, the load that the customer is paying to haul is where you're making your money from. And if you, and especially if you get paid by the load, the customer might say, well, we're paying you to haul this much freight, so if you can't haul this much, then we're not gonna pay as much for the. So for someone like me, it doesn't matter. But I gotta keep in mind now, my customer is JCT, and JCT is the service provider for the customer as well. And a lot of the guys who are with this company tend to have this attitude that, oh, it's my business, I'll run it the way I want to. But Okay, your business is keeping JCT happy also. And there's a reason why sometimes JCT will say don't go to the shipper with the full tank of fuel. Because the customers that are notorious for giving you really heavy loads, sorry, the load comes first. Now, you might say you can charge more as an owner op, because you might say if my load is so heavy that I can't fill my tanks all the way, then I'm gonna have to make more fuel stops and might have to do it in places that are gonna cost me more to fuel up, or do it more, and of course do it more frequently. So there's a lot more of the negotiating kind of stuff going around with that. But on my end, so I get paid by the mile regardless. Doesn't matter how heavy or light the load is. It's the same price for me. So as a customer service provider, it's not a good practice to have full tanks. That way, if they do overload you, but they are loading you with what they said they were going to load you with, then you at least have the flexibility to, at least the ability to run a weight legal load, even if you have to get fuel more often or whatever. Or play little games like that with how far is the next weigh station that I need to worry about. Or maybe go over 80K on, I'm not saying that this is good practice, but saying that it's something that some people do. Might do max out and go over 80K right after they pass a weigh station, and then make sure they only buy enough to where they'll go back under 80K by the time they get to the next weigh station, stuff like that. It's kind of gamemanship and stuff. I just try to run 100% legal no matter what, and recommend running 100% legal. You never have a problem. But say I'm me, and I got integrity. I don't really, I'm not concerned too much with what other people do. But I will run my loads as legal as I can. Alright. And then also try to provide the right customer service too. After being in Europe, $3 ain't nothing. Yeah, European. When I was in Turkey, the gas prices there were like $10 a gallon. And that was in 2009. No, that wasn't 2012. Some doctors agree that after the weather warms up, it's going to burn out. That's the coronavirus. Traders panicking over bullshit, yes. Gold silver market's going to heat up this week with oil going bonkers. You got people on the other side that think that China was messing with CW and messed up. I don't really believe that. Resident Evil coming true. Don't know, I just feel our government needs to stop the bickering and work on this thing. Well, you guys take it easy and I'll catch you guys later. Got some stuff to do. Love y'all. Take care of Scott. Alright. I'll see you later. Let's see. When government is so humming, tells me not a virus but a biological weapon to purposely kill Asian trade and markets. I guess you could think that. I don't think that's the case, but we can always disagree, I guess. Iran kind of shut up as well, oddly. H1N1 killed 12,000. Yeah, we're not anywhere near that yet. Spanish flu killed 20 to 50 million. And the Black Plague killed millions as well. Some of those other ones. Bubonic Plague. Which one is the Black Plague? I forget. Is that something different than bubonic, or is that the same? War is slow, losing money with all the government contracts open. Yeah, that's true. War is always a good thing for economics, because it keeps the war machine going, and it keeps, as long as manufacturers are in business trying to keep the war machine going, it keeps people employed, and it's actually a good thing for at least for short-term economics. Let's see. Not sure it's a good idea to get coffee after 11 p.m. Yes, it is. AFK. It's never a good time to get coffee for me. It's great aromatherapy, and that's it. No ice, drink water, no coffee. Decaf. Hello, Jamie Scott. I dodged a bullet. I thought that was Cody that said that. I just wanted to be sure. You're on the road, Cody. What kind of truck did you get? I made a small coffee, he'll just sit and sniff it instead. The guy I brushed said I bent his bumper, but the bumper was already damaged by the look of the rust. He was just trying to get a new bumper. He also did not have a valid license to drive a CMV. Oh my God. Wow. That's funny. Alright. Carson is where the Rams and Chargers will play. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was because my sister and her husband were season ticket holders for the Rams this last season. I went with them to the Rams versus 49ers game. And I remember they were talking about how they were considering getting season tickets the next year, but I guess they were a lot more expensive. And I don't think it was too much a concern about how that's a little bit further away from where they live, but I guess the price they want for the tickets was too much. Yeah, I remember my brother-in-law saying something about them being in Carson next season. Seattle hockey team will play in the arena that the Supersonics played in, but has been updated. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't think it would be in the Coliseum. Yeah, it says no Key Arena now. Oh, the Key Arena that they need $30 million more to fix. Oh my! But Northgate Mall is getting a brand new ice skating rink. Looks like my truck. That's where they are practicing BBJ. BBJ. You don't mean BJJ, do you? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Have you seen it yet? It's huge, and they're building condos and apartments above the whole place. They have an ice rink in Kent. Also, no, we just drive by on I-5. That light rail going through also. Let's see. So they threw it out. All right, that's good. So, good to hear that. So they can't really claim any damage caused by you, then, right? That's what I'm assuming. But you did at least let dispatch and safety and all them know about it. I hope. Don't want to see you get shit canned over same thing that not reporting even just the most minor thing like Eric did. Alright, well, I don't know. I didn't see this guy get out of his truck. No, he's still in his driver's seat. And I remember last time I came here I didn't get out of the truck, but it is produce and normally you're supposed to pull up the load. The only thermometer I have is a digital one, though, and it's not always the most reliable for, when there's other, I don't know, it's a little more sensitive to any. All right, they're starting to load me right now, actually. All right, yeah, and then I think I got load locks back there I need to take out anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. See, yeah, they can't, and I followed the proper steps, but I had witnesses. Yeah, and that really helps a lot when you had that witness saying, they already had that damage on their truck. Yeah, it wasn't caused by you. That helps a lot. Guys, so anyway, like I said, I gotta get out and double check to see if I need to go up there, remove my load locks or anything to that effect. And not to mention, I'm already 5.5 hours almost into this stream, and I could end up with a 12+ hour stream and don't need that. So I'll go ahead and end the stream here, and then when I'm ready to get rolling again, once I'm starting to pull away from the dock, I'll go ahead and start a new stream up for you guys. I'll watch then, alright? Then it'll be about a 6.5, 7 hour drive from here. I got 7:16 left on my 11 and 8:40 left on my 14, so. And I'm going to probably have traffic problems along the way, so wish me luck getting there before my clocks run out. Alright guys, we'll see y'all a little bit later. Thanks. Thanks for watching.